Good morning, when the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the District of Columbia. I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce you as the members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis. I cannot hear you, Mr. Grandis.
Good morning, Edward Grandis present.
Good morning. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their microphone, their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is our show cause hearing status calendar, case number 21 CMP 00015. The Gold Room Bar Lounge, license number 114757. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on May 19th, 2021. See board order number 2021-299. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 CC 00079, Georgetown Wine and Spirits, license number 85209. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Kapoor, your rights have been elevated.
Hello, this is
Mr. Ortiz, your rights have been elevated.
Can everyone be on mute until I've instructed you to speak?
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Both Mr. Kapoor, if you do have a camera, you can now, can you please, turn your camera on if you have a camera. Yes, I can see Mr. Kapoor Esquire. Is the other Mr. Kapoor, does he or she have a camera that they want to elevate? Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, yes. All right, fine. Good morning, everyone. Let's start with introductions. I'll start with the government. Please say and spell your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, all other board members. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's Stephen, Stephen, Ortiz, Ortiz.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Kapoor Esquire, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Oh, yes, Vron John Kapoor Esquire. It's VRON JOHN KAPOOR.
And what is your relationship? I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm the attorney for Georgetown Wine and Spirits for this hearing.
Good morning. Who is your client who's here today, sir? Can you tell us and then they can introduce themselves?
Yes. He is sitting here. He is the owner of Georgetown Wine and Spirits. Second, let me get him on there. Yes, you can state your name first.
My name is Jagendra Kapoor. I'm the owner, spelled JAGINDER, and last name KAPOOR. Jagendra Kapoor. I'm the owner.
Good morning, Mr. Kapoor. Good morning. All right. Who are you, sir?
Excuse me, sir, here as well. My computer doesn't carry WebEx. So I am Pascal Valadier, the manager. Pascal is PASCAL. And the last name Valadier is VALADIER.
All right. Both Mr. Kapoor, it appears that you're in the same location. So yes, I need someone to mute their phone because we're here, and because you're in the same location, we're gonna get a feedback. Okay, so both of the phone lines cannot be open at the same time. Okay. So one person needs, at all times, one of the volume the microphone needs to be muted because, or just use one line because we're gonna get a feedback. Okay.
Click on. There you go. Okay, don't click again.
All right. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters at this time. The parties do not have an offer in compromise to introduce to present to the board.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for show cause hearing on August 4th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. August 4th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. What I'm asking both parties is that 7 days before the hearing, both parties are supposed to exchange documents and witnesses that they will be utilizing at the hearing. The documents should be exchanged between both counsel, and the agency should also be provided a copy of the document. So 7 days before the hearing, I expect all documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing to be disclosed. So when we have the hearing, we will have documents, and there'll be we'll have the documents if we're going to go to hearing. We'll have the documents, and we'll know who the witnesses who are going to testify at that hearing. Is that clear to everyone?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, if I can ask Mr. Ortiz see if we can get a offer in compromise right now. Let me see.
If you guys want to go off record and discuss and come back, you can do that. So if you want to, I can recall this case. I can recall this case if you want me to, and then you guys can go off, have a conversation, and I will move on. I know, Mr. Ortiz, you are the attorney for the day. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Ortiz. Are you doing Universal Liquors?
Yes, I'm going to be, well, I'm the status attorney, so I have the Universal Liquors, and then we also have another case with, I think it's Angelo Ristorante.
Well, we have a short break. Do you want me to go off record for 10 minutes for you guys to discuss and come back? Do you want me to do that?
I could do that. Mr. Ortiz is willing to do that as well.
We could do that, Mr. Chairperson, or if you wanted to continue with the two other cases and then recall this matter after a 15-minute break, whatever you think.
All right, let me see. All right, well, okay, this is what I will do. Let me move on with the calendar, and Mr. Kapoor, Mr. Ortiz will contact you. And what I'm going to do is that once I finish the calendar, I'm gonna do some other agenda items, and you can through the chat contact Miss Andrews and let her know that you have an agreement, and then I'll recall that case. Okay, I'll recall the case. Does that work?
Yes, Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
All right. So let me move on with the calendar. Once I think two more cases, I believe, with either one or two more cases, I believe I have with Mr. Ortiz. And you two, do you have contact information for both sides? Do you both of you have your contact information?
Yes.
Yeah, I have Mr. Kapoor's email address, and I believe Mr. Kapoor has my phone number.
Fine. So then you can communicate and let us know when it is that you and if there's an agreement, then I'll recall the case and that we will make a decision. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for your willingness to discuss and offer and compromise. Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Right.
Mr. When or how can I contact you? Should I contact you, or you will contact me when you're done with these cases?
I will send you an email as soon as the hearings are completed.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar. The next case in our calendar is case number. So, Mr. Kapoor, you can sign off, but keep the log on information, and you can once you and Mr. Ortiz have spoken, then you can let our IT person know that you're ready to come back, and then she'll elevate your rights again. Okay.
Good, thank you. Who is the IT person?
Miss Andrews, through the chat. You'll see through the when you're online, you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Andrews.
Mr. Kapoor, you can stay signed in. I'm going to just change your rights to an attendee so that you can make a phone call or send an email if you want to. But once you sign in again and your case is recalled, I'll see your name and let you know when your rights have been elevated. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. All right. All right. So the next case on our calendar is case number 21. CMP 00002, the Ambassador Restaurant, license number 90422. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 20CC 00059, Universal Liquors, license number 72213. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Mr. or Miss, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. or Mrs. Baleva, B-H-A-L-L-A, do you have a camera, please? Open your camera, please, so we can see you, or if you do not have one, just indicate that you do not have one. I'm sorry?
We're just doing that, trying to, can you see us?
No, we can't. Yes, we can see you now. Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, let's start. Mr. Ortiz, can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
I'm Sanjeev Bala. Sanjeev Bhalla. I am the owner of Universal Liquor.
Good morning, Mr. Bala. All right, thank you. Mr. Ortiz, can you please spell or state your name for the record, please?
Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
All right, good morning. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
We do not have any preliminary matters at this time. The parties do not have a offering compromise to present to the board.
All right, Mr. Bala, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on August 4th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. So August 4th. So on August 4th, that is when you can bring your documents and witnesses, if you have witnesses that you want to call, and documents.
I have some documents which we would like to share with the board, and the reason why we had my manager made a mistake.
Sir, that is what you will do on August 4th. So for 7 days before the hearing, I would like the parties to exchange the documents and the witnesses that you have. You need to exchange that with Miss, whose case is this? Miss Jordan, with the government. So 7 days before the hearing, a week before the hearing, you're supposed to exchange the documents. If you do not know how to do that, please you can contact our agency, and our agency will let you know how to provide documents to the other side and also provide documents to our side. So therefore, when we have the hearing, we will know what your documents are, and we'll know who is it that you're going to have testify. Are you clear with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
So the hearing is now August 4th at 1:30. August 4th at 1:30. That's when you do all of that, okay?
But sir, is it by saying the WebEx?
Yes, it's going to be like this. It's going to be yes, also over WebEx.
All right, sir. Thank you so much.
And I see it appears that WebEx works for you because you're also in your store and you can remain open and your employees can be there. So I think it appears that WebEx works best for you as the licensee because you can still operate while you do your hearing, okay?
Yes, but at the same time, we lock the door because we don't want any customer to come in and we're making.
All right. Sorry, so August 4th at 1:30, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
We can log off now?
Yes, you can, sir. Yes. The next case on our calendar is case number 22-5100034, Angelo Ristorante Italiana, license number 109417. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties for this case, please?
Sure, Mr. Chair, this is a call-in. What's his name? Mr. Jamal Boots. I'm gonna unmute his line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jamal, you can announce yourself, please. So I can...
Yes, my name is Jamal Bouzid.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Ortiz, can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Mr. Bootis, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and state your relationship to this establishment?
Okay, Jamal Bouzid, Jamal Bouzid, Bouzid. I'm the owner of Georgetown LLC.
All right, good morning, sir. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters for this case?
There are no preliminary matters at this time. The parties do not have an offering compromise to present to the board.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bouzid and Mr. Ortiz, this matter then is scheduled for show cause hearing on August 4th at 1:30. So August 4th at 1:30 is when we'll have the hearing. So if you have a defense, in a sense that you have documents and witnesses, that is when you can bring those, they can appear at the hearing. One of the things that I'm asking both parties to do, 7 days before August 4th, I need you to exchange, documents and witnesses. I need you to exchange documents and witnesses that you will be relying upon at the hearing. If you do not understand how to do that, sir, please contact the agency, and the agency will let you know, will give you some directions and instructions how to do that. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
So August 4th at 1:30, that's when you can give your defense of this infraction, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00056, Anjou Bar and Grill, license number 116070. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. So therefore, this case is canceled. I'm now going to go to my our legal agenda. We probably will recall, we will revisit the calendar, the morning calendar, if the parties have instructed us to revisit the calendar. All right, so let's go on. Let's now move to our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated May 25th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Courtyard by Marriott, Washington, D.C., U.S. Capitol, license number 118033. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. Motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated June 14th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Kogod Liquors, license number 024868. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of JG's 2325 18th Street LLC's request for reinstatement of its canceled license. License number is 116507. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is review of CNC's catering request for reinstatement of its canceled license. CNC Catering, license number 107473. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of the Ashton's condominium complaint dated June the 11th, 2021 concerning red lights operation, red light license number 090488. I make a motion that we refer this matter to the Enforcement Division. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is the review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing date in case number 20 CMP 00013, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon / Valor Brew Pub license number 071793. The offer in compromise is as follows. The charge is the licensee, charge 1. The licensee failed to follow the terms of its license by operating outside the board approved hours of failed statutory authority, DC Code Section 25A23A7. The term is a warning. Charge 2. The licensee failed to follow the terms of its settlement agreement by operating outside of its approved hours of operation. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A6. This charge has been dismissed. Charge 3, the licensee failed to superintend in person or keep a licensed ABC manager on duty at all times. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-701 and 23 DCMR Section 707.1. There will be a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated June 8th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Santa Rosa Taqueria, license number 117582. I make a motion that we approve the agreement with modifications. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, thanks. All right, the next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated June 8th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement with modifications. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of the offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing in case number 21 CIT 00056, Angel Bar and Grill, license number 116070. The offer in compromise is there is One charge in this case, failure to comply with mayor's order and board's emergency rulemaking, statutory authority 23 DCMR section 810.4H. The term is the board will issue a written warning. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is the review of Lamont Riggs Citizens Association's motion for reconsideration of the dismissal of its protest. This is Tacoma Park Liquors, license number 019598. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of the offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing in case number 21 CMP 00002. This is the Ambassador Restaurant. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, the licensee expanded the operation of the establishment to allow for exterior public or private space without obtaining board approval. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B2. The other term, the board would issue a written warning. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of the medical marijuana regulations notice of second emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that the board approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Grandis,
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Now let's move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC establishment. This is for Scissors and Scotch, license number 118238. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application for change of hours. This is for Giant number 3375, license number 060569. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is review application for change of hours. This is for Giant Food Store number 378, license number 072580. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our license agenda is a review application for change of hours. This is for giant number 383, license number 075065. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our license agenda, review application for change of hours. This is for giant number 384, license number 077233. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review application for change of hours. This is for giant number 2376, license number 092842. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review application for change of hours. This is for giant number 2381, license number 091952. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is review application for change of hours. This is for giant number 2379, license number 095375. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms.
Edward
Crockett
Grandis will second.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review application for a sidewalk cafe endorsement with 14 seats. This is for La Capana Restaurant, license number 074849. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on this motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter, it's review request for off-site storage permit to store alcoholic beverage inventory at 1514 Oakey Street Northeast. This is from Shared Pour, license number 117074. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is review application to add the carry out and delivery endorsement to the license. This is for Stoney's license number 075613. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is review application for tasting permit endorsement. This is for Montana Liquors, license number 097473. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application for approval to provide a gift of alcoholic beverage products for on-site sampling events that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed DC realtors. The request has been made by Brown Foreman. They are an out-of-state manufacturer. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is to review a request to withdraw application for sports wagering endorsement. This is Georgetown Inn West, Costas Bar, license number 109462. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now moving to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC establishment. This is Nightingale, license number 021949/2. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside of the premise and outside on the sidewalk cafe. This is for Barada Wine Bar, license number 115719. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application for change of hours. This is for Chaco Spirits, license number 117128. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review request for approval to provide a gift of tailgate grills that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to our temporary one-day docket. And it's a long list. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to read all, well, you know what I need to, I'm going to read all the names on the list. I will let you know. I'll let the public and the board knows what the request is. And at the end of the list, I will make a motion that we approve all the requests. The first one is from Anhush Adhikari, Adhikari. This is for one-day license class F. This is for wedding. The date is June 26, 2021. The hours, the location is 2715 Q Street Northwest. The license number is 118597. The second request, the request from Javion T. Gibbs. This is for a one-day Class F license. This is for a bar mitzvah. This is for a bar mitzvah. The date of the event is July 24th, 2021. The license number, the address is 2121 Florida Avenue. The license number is 118606. And for 25 attendees. The next request, a request from Matthew Weaver for one-day license class G. This is for resident appreciation event. The events are June 24th, June 25th, June 26th, June 27th. License number is 118588. The next request, a request made by Jesse B. Roush. It's a one-day license class G. This is again a resident appreciation day event. The date of the event is July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd, July 4th. The address is 640 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast. License number 118589. The next request, a request made by Andrew M. Henry. This is for one-day license class G. It's a wedding, July 24th, 2021, 700 Delaware Avenue Southwest. The license number is 118594. The next request, a request made by Jean B. Henry for one-day license class G for a wedding, date of the event July 17th, 2021. The address is 1340 Quincy Street Northeast. The license number is 118636. The next request, a request made from Jesse B. Roush. This is for a one-day license class G. This is celebration of new residents moving into the development. The date of the event, July 8th, July 9th, July 10th, July 11th. The address is 640 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast. License number 118644. Then we have a request made by Ozia Martini and Cigar Lounge, 19th and K Inc. This is for one-day substantial change. This is one-day substantial change to use entertainment endorsement while rooftop is open. The date of the event is June 26, 2021. Address 1813 M Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. The license number is 117218. The substantial license change number is 21 SC 00674. Another request made by Ozia Martini and Cigar Lounge, 19th and K Inc. It's a reception, 1 day substantial change, to use entertainment endorsement while the rooftop is open. The date of the event is July 3rd, 2021, 1813 M Street Northwest. License number 117218. Substantial change license number is 21 SC 00675. The next request, another request made by Ozia Martini and Cigar Lounge, 19th and K Inc. A 1 day substantial change for reception, 1 day substantial change to use entertainment endorsement while rooftop is open. This is on July 4th, 2021, 1813 M Street Northwest. License number is 117218. Substantial change number 21 SC 00676. The next request, another request made by Ozia Martini and Cigar Lounge, /19th and K Inc. A 1 day substantial change, reception, 1 day substantial change, use entertainment endorsement while the rooftop is open. This is on July 10th, 2021. Again, the address is 1813 M Street Northwest. License number 117218. Substantial change number is 21 SC 00677. That's the end of that list. I then make a motion that the ABC board grants the requests that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we're going to move to the following applications were submitted to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for review. All right, they are on this this docket. There are 13 establishments. I'm going to again review the names of the establishment. I'll give you the class category and what's been requested, and at the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC board grants the request. So the first applicant is Electric Kool-Aid, license number 112294. They are Retailer C Tavern. This is for entertainment endorsement application. The next request is another request from Electric Kool-Aid, license number 112294. They are Retailer C Tavern. This is for change of hours application. The next request, a request from Hotel Rouge, license number 117396. Their Retailer C Hotel trade name change application. The new name is Kimpton Banneker. The next request, a request made from Carlos Enrique Mateo, import license number 21 IMP 00015. This is for personal importation permit application. The next request, a request made by the Cheesecake Factory, license number 113566. Their Retailer C Restaurant. This is for the alcohol carry out and delivery endorsement application. The next request, a request made by Hilton Washington, D.C. Capitol Hill, license number 118043. Their Retailer B 25%. This is for new ABC license application. The next request, a request made by the Fountain Inn, license number 118585. They have a caterer's license. This is a new ABC application. The next request, a request made by Mr. Daisy, license number 117940. Their Retailer A Internet. This is for a new ABC license application. The next request, a request made by the Warehouse Wine Company, license number 118047. Their Retailer B Internet. This is for a new ABC license application. The next request, a request made by Benchmark Wine and Spirits, Brentwood Wine, DC, license number 118102. Their Retailer A Liquor Store. This is for a new ABC license application. Next request, a request made by Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. Their Retailer C Restaurant. This is for a new ABC license application. The next request, a request Courtyard Marriott by Courtyard by Marriott, Washington DC, U.S. Capitol, license number 118033, retailer B 25%, new ABC license application. And the final request, a request made by the Public Option, license number 118096. Their retailer C Tavern. This is for a new ABC license application. I then make a motion that ABC board grants the requests that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that was properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes, therefore passes 6-0-0. All right. Hold on 1 minute, please. I have too much paper I'm dealing with here. All right. We have come to the end of our agenda item for the morning, and so the board will be in recess until our So the board will be in recess until our hearings this afternoon at 1:30. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further developments. Thank you. See you the public at 1:30. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. My name is Don Fernandez. I'm chairman of the board. We have 6 members with us this afternoon. The 6 members the other 5 members who are joining me are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance today, and so we do have a quorum to conduct business. Before we get underway with today's afternoon hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. I believe there are 6 cases that are on this afternoon's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. And let me do some administrative things this afternoon. I'm going to call the cases out of order. Our first case, the first case I'm going to call is case number 21 CIT 00017, Kick Axe Throw Social, license number 116454. This hearing is canceled due to the dismissal of the case by the government. See board order number 2021-316. I'm sorry, another case that should be, another case on our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00013, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon Valor Brew Pub, license number 71793. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration. The offer in compromise was accepted by the board and it was read in the record this morning on our legal agenda. The next case on our calendar is case number 20-251-00009, the Gold Room Bar Lounge, license number 114757. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on May 19, 2021, see board order number 2021-299. At this juncture, I will be recalling a case from our morning's calendar. The case I'm recalling is case number 20 CC 00079, Georgetown Wine and Spirits, license number 85209. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Ortiz have been elevated. Mr. Kapoor rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm recalling this case, case number 20 CC 00079. Could I have the parties again introduce themselves for the record, starting with the government, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Kapoor, can you please identify yourself for the record again, please, sir? Your volume is off, sir. I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, sorry
Yes,
about that.
Yes.
Yes, this is Ron John Kapoor, the attorney for Georgetown Wine and Spirits for this hearing. That's VRONJOHNKAPOOR.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the parties would like to present an offer in compromise for the board's consideration.
Yes, sir. What is that?
All right, as to charge one, sale to minor, the offer in compromise will be that the establishment shall pay $2,000 within 60 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until this fine is paid. And the license shall be suspended for 5 days, with all 5 days stayed for 1 year, pending completion of alcohol awareness training for all employees who serve or sell alcoholic beverages within 90 days from the date of the board's order. As to charge two, fail to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age, that charge is dismissed. As to charge three, no ABC manager, the term of the OIC will be that the establishment shall receive a written warning.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Kapoor, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that for charge one, there's a fine of $2,000 payable within 60 days. If the fine is not payable in 60 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Along with the $2,000 fine is that the license will be suspended for 5 days, and all 5 days will be stayed for 1 year. That all employees who sell or serve alcohol will undergo training within the next 90 days. That charge two will be dismissed. That charge, and for charge three, a written warning will be issued, sir. Is this your client's understanding of the offer in compromise?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions by any board members?
The statement that when it disbursement, you don't have to close the store.
All right, hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise that be accepted for charge one, a fine of $2,000 paid within 60 days. If the fine is not payable in 60 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. That the establishment will be suspended for 5 days. All 5 days will be stayed for 1 year. That all employees who sell or serve alcohol, who sell alcohol, will undergo training within the next 90 days, with 90 days from the date of the acceptance of the OIC. That charge two will be dismissed, and a written warning will be issued for charge three. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. So the offer in compromise has been accepted. I want to thank the parties for working this matter out and to the benefit of the residents of the District of Columbia. Mr. Kapoor, I just want to state to you that the board takes sale to minor very seriously, and I see that your client actually checked the ID. I'm not sure which is worse, checking the ID or not checking the ID, sir. I'm hoping that when the employees go through training, they will realize that if you're not 21 years old, that your ID is different. It's a different shape. And it clearly says on the ID that the person is not 21. And when the agency does its compliance check, the people actually look their age. They don't look, if it says that this is a 16-year-old person who came to the establishment, this person looked 16. And your client needs to do a better job of checking IDs and not just ask for the ID and not looking at the age. Looking at, even if the person, I'm not saying, even if you don't know how to subtract or divide. It clearly states on the ID that the person is not 21. And it's a different shape ID. So I hope that, sir, as 5 days is suspended, and I will let you know that prior to the year, the agency will more likely try to do, the agency more likely again will do a compliance check with your establishment. And if within the year, if you get caught again, you will be suspended for 5 days. So I hope that all the employees, when they really check the ID, that they just, it's not a perfunctory check, is that you really look at it and look at the ID based on how it's shaped, that it clearly identifies that this person is not 21, sir. All right. But anyway, I want to thank the parties for working this matter out. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and all board members for accommodating us with your afternoon schedule. Much appreciated.
I appreciate the parties working this out, and have a great day. Thank you very much. All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00020. His and hers license number 118224. Mr. Kapoor, you can, right. All right. So, Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Ms. Peterson, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Condon, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Montague, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Weinstein, your rights have been elevated. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. All right, I'm going to have all the parties identify themselves for the record, and let's start with the ABRA investigator. You're on mute, ma'am.
Sorry, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm Investigator Aaron Peterson. The spelling of my name is E-R-I-N. My last name is Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N.
All right, Mr. Condon.
My name is Christopher Condon, C-H-R-I-S-T-O-P-H-E-R, last name C-O-N-D-O-N, and I'm an investigator with ABRA.
All right, thank you very much. Who is the licensee? Mr. Wine, are you Mr. Weinstein?
Yes, I am, Mr. Weinstein.
Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Okay, yes, my name is Paul Weinstein.
We can't hear you, sir.
Yes, my name is Paul Weinstein. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, yes, my name is Paul Weinstein, spelled P-A-U-L, Weinstein, W-I-N-E-O-C-K.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I'm the owner.
And what percentage ownership do you own of this establishment, sir? Mr. Weinstein?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes, I own.
What percent ownership do you have of this establishment, sir?
I have 100% ownership of the establishment.
Thank you.
My fiance.
Who's the other? I'm sorry,
Excuse
sir?
me. And
what
my
you
fiance's name is on there, Sheena Austin.
All right, sir. I'm just saying you stated that you are 100% ownership. You have 100%. It's your position that you're the 100% ownership of this establishment. Is that correct? That's your representation today.
Yes.
All right, fine.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Who is the other person on the line? Can you please identify yourself for the record and spell your name, please?
Jeremiah Montague Jr., Vice Chair, Treasurer, ANC 5C.
Can you spell it? Can you spell your name, sir?
Oh, first name Jeremiah, Jeremiah. Last name Montague, Montague, Jr.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Montague. Or thank you, sir, Mr. Montague. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Weinstock, this is a fact-finding hearing. And the reason why we're having a fact-finding here this afternoon, is my understanding, is that on May 3rd, 2 of our investigators visited your establishment for the purpose of investigating reports that the establishment was selling, serving, and allowing the consumption of alcoholic beverage without an ABC license. It was my understanding that upon arrival, the investigators observed alcoholic beverages on the premises. According to the owner, which is yourself, the establishment was not selling alcoholic beverages, and that the alcoholic beverages on the premises were gifts or left by the previous owner. Our investigators further revealed that a review of social media posts revealed that an advertisement in which the establishment announced alcoholic beverages for sale on April 24th, 2021. So that's why we here today, sir. This is it's just a fact finding. None of the you had disappeared, sir. That's why it stopped. Mr. Weinstock, are you still there? Mr. Weinstock.
I can try to move in another location if you want me to.
I think, Mr. Weinstock, I think you need to move into a location where you have a strong internet access, sir,
okay.
Because you have been going in and out, and this is about you and your license, and I want you to make sure that you are fully participating in this hearing, sir.
Okay. Is that better now?
Well, what are the signal? What are your bar signals, sir? How much signal do you have on your phone or whatever you're using?
Yes, I'm on my phone now.
Is the signal strong? I'm sorry?
Yes, it's strong now.
All right, so hopefully we won't have any other problem with it. So as I was stating, this is a fact-finding hearing, sir. We're just gathering information. I know that you're still in the approval process of receiving your license. It's my understanding that you were the ANC had stipulated, and so therefore you are operating, although you're still in the process that you're operating on a stipulated license. So you do have a license to operate based on the stipulated license. Normally, this is not what occurs, but our view is that the board takes this very seriously. And so, as I stated before, none of the parties are under oath. I'm not going to swear you in. We're just gathering information, and the board at the end of this hearing will make a determination what the next step is. So that's basically where we are. So how this process is going to work, we're going to have the investigators tell us what brought them to your establishment, and what did they observe, and what the results are. At the end of their presentation, you can make a statement in response to explain from your position where you are. I'm not sure the role that Mr. Montague will play today. I'm not sure if he's just an observer. This is the fact finding here, so we normally do not have parties outside of persons outside of the party speak, but I might, depending on where we are, I might have Mr. Montague, I might have him make a statement. I'm not sure yet, because I'm not sure why he's participating. So do you have any questions, sir, before we start?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Which one of the investigators want to go first?
I can go first.
Hold on 1 minute. Yes, Ms. Andrews.
We have one more party that just joined, and I just wanted to make you aware, okay? I'm going to go ahead and elevate his rights.
All right, thank you. I see there's a David Silic. You're not an, sir, are you in a moving vehicle? You're on mute, sir. I cannot hear you. Are you in a moving vehicle?
Thank you. My name is David Silik. I represent Sheena Austin, who is a member of the LLC that owns the entity.
I'm sorry, are you in a moving vehicle, sir?
I am yes, Your Honor.
Are you, I'm not Your Honor, I'm the chairperson of the board. Are you the driver, sir, or are you a passenger?
No, I'm a passenger, as you can see.
All right, I just want to make sure that you're not driving, sir.
No, I'm in the back seat.
All right, so you said that so Mr. Weinstock, you stated that you are the 100% owner. This is just as an aside. I just want to make sure. Can you explain to me, and it's not that important to me, but I'm just trying to find out, can you explain to me, sir, the ownership of this establishment? It's not the purpose of this hearing. The board will not be addressing ownership, but I see someone else here, so I'm just trying to figure out whether or not they are part of this hearing or not, sir. I'm just trying to get some clarification from you. Mr. Weinstock.
Yes, me and Sheena Austin, we were dating. She was my fiance, and when actually this LLC was created, she was part of the LLC. She's no longer part of the business now because she left the business. We are not in a relationship no more. So that's the details of what's going on. I don't know why.
I'm sorry, sir.
I don't know. I don't know why the attorney is on the phone. He never sent me nothing about him joining or whatever. So I don't really think that he should be part of this hearing. I mean, when they came in, Sheena was present when your investigators came in, and I clearly spoke to them.
All right. So, Mr. Weinstock, as you stated, you are the 100% ownership of this establishment. Mr. Selleck, I'm not quite sure what your role is, and so unless you are an owner, unless you're part of the ownership group, then I'm not likely to have you making a statement, sir, because as I stated at fact-finding hearings, the parties are the ones that we question, and we normally do not allow members of the public to participate. But I could probably, at the end of the hearing, if you make a proffer. Let me ask you a question, sir. Just a proffer. This is not arguments, so I'll know what to do. Just a proffer, sir, of why you're here today.
It's the board, and Mr. Chairman, I'm here on a fact-finding mission primarily, and should my client be somehow implicated or drawn in through the statements of Mr. Weinstock, if necessary, seek leave from the board to address or answer any questions the board may have, should he bring her up or somehow implicate her in any inappropriate actions taken by him.
All right, that's fine. So you're all right, that's fine. Part of the problem that you're having, Mr. Selleck, is because you're in a moving vehicle. I think your signal is going in and out, so I'm not sure. How do you know how much longer you'll be in this vehicle, sir?
Possibly for about 7 more minutes, to be candid with you, but your signal on my end has not broken up. I've heard everything, and I have 5 bars here, so if I fade in or out, I'll be okay.
All right, that's fine. All right.
For your concern, I will be back to the office soon, though.
All right, thank you. All right, which one of the investigators want to go first?
I can go first, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
On Tuesday, May 4th, I was informed, as well as Investigator Condon, by a supervisory Investigator Florentine that an anonymous complaint had been told about the establishment operating without a license. So he directed us to visit the establishment. When we arrived, the door was locked. I Googled the phone number and I called it, and Mr. Weinstock answered. Um, I told him who we were. He came upstairs and he answered the door. So when we came in, we introduced ourselves. I explained to him the purpose of our visit, and he told us we could have a look around. It was no problem. So that's what we did, and he assisted with the visit. So the first location we went to was the lower level of the establishment. When we went downstairs, Mr. Weinstock appeared to be cleaning up. He had trash, and we were sitting there talking to him. He was explaining to us, that he, you know, the establishment was not selling alcohol. He knows ABRA's regulations, as he is another owner for another ABC establishment, and that he was fully aware, and that's not something he would do. He also further explained that he's very big in the community, a couple of people that he knew, and that's not something he would do. So as he was talking, I looked into the refrigerator behind the bar as he continued to talk to Investigator Condon, and I saw a champagne bottle, a Moet bottle. Once he finished his conversation, I asked him again. I said, so there's no alcohol in this establishment? He said no. So I said, well, why is that champagne bottle there? And he said, oh, what champagne bottle? And I pointed to it, and he went to the refrigerator and he grabbed it, and it was literally just a little swig, I would say, in the bottle. So I told him he could not have it on the premises. He does not have an active license, and he had to discard it, which he did. So as he continued to talk to Investigator Condon, I went upstairs to the upper level of the establishment to have a look around. They were still located downstairs. I would say I was up there by myself for maybe about 3 minutes, and then they followed and came upstairs. During that time, I noticed the wine rack he had. I also walked around the bar. He had a refrigerator there. However, the light bulb in the refrigerator was off, so I couldn't really see anything in that refrigerator. So when he came upstairs, he stood behind the bar, and I went again to the refrigerator, and I flashed my cell phone light in the refrigerator, and I saw alcoholic beverages in there as well. So I asked him to pull them out and to get rid of them. And he said, okay. So I said, we need you to get rid of all of the alcohol. I also inquired about where the wine came from on the wine rack. He stated that some of them were gifts, and some of the things were left there by the previous owner. So we asked him, Investigator Condon and I asked him to get rid of the alcohol. So he said, okay. And he started to remove some things. We then exited the establishment to brief SI Florentine of our findings to let him know what was going on. And I would say we were talking to him for about 10 or 15 minutes. And he, directed us to re-enter the establishment to make sure that all of the alcohol was off of the premises. So when we re-entered, he was there with another female, which I believe he is saying is his fiance, Miss Sheena. We introduced ourselves, and as we were coming in, all of this alcohol, more alcohol, was seen, which was not on premises before that we had saw. So I asked him, I said, where did all of this alcohol come from? He says, oh, it was already here. I said, no, it wasn't. So he said, yeah, it was behind the bar. I walked behind the bar. All of this was not here. I observed some bottles were half empty, some bottles were empty. So it appeared that he may have been serving alcohol. So we then stayed until he removed everything from the establishment.
I'm sorry, when you left, you said you asked him to do what? I'm sorry.
We asked him to, we explained to him the regulation again, and that he needed to remove everything. And I also asked him, is there anything else in here? You know, because obviously I did not see it when I walked around, so I don't know if it was hidden or what was going on. And he said, no, it's nothing else in here. This is it, and you know, I'm getting it out right now. So Investigator Condon and I stayed until everything that we saw that was visible to us was out of the establishment.
So what did he do with the establishment? What did he do with the alcohol? Did he just removed it or?
So the female that was there, she had arrived, and she had like a truck or a van, and they had crates that they put the alcohol in. He took it out to the van.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Anything else you want to add? Ms. Peterson, anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
Mr. Condon, anything you want to add?
Nothing at this time, nope.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weinstock,
Yes.
anything you want to state, sir?
Yes. We had, it was a license that was actually the previous owner. And on that license, it stated, well, the expiration date was 9/30/22. I was under the assumption that we could operate under this license until it was being transferred over. Once we submitted the transfer license in, then I was advised that transfer license was no good, and I've had to resubmit for a new license. So that was part of the issue, and I will say that it was my fault, because I should have checked on it myself before I even submitted the application to be a transfer of a license. So I mean, that's all the evidence that I had.
But Mr. Weinstock, you stated that, what other establishment do you own, sir?
Fun It Up.
What is that, sir?
It's event planning space. It's approximately 6 doors down from this establishment.
And does that establishment owns a liquor license?
Yes, yes, sir.
And what type of license does it have?
It has a tavern license.
A tavern license.
Yeah.
And how long have you had this tavern license, sir?
Approximately, I think maybe 2 years now, or a little longer. No, a little longer than 2 years, maybe about 3 years.
All right. So who did you purchase the license from? The license from this establishment. Who did you purchase it from?
It was called Momo's Yakitori. And it said it's Whistler's LLC.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna spell it. It's MOMO, and then it's Yakitori, which is YAKITORI, and it's under Whistler's LLC.
And when did you purchase? When did you purchase it? When did you purchase it, sir?
What happened was it was establishment before me, and I'm gonna say right before the pandemic, so it was like February or January.
Of what year?
Last year.
2020.
Yes.
And do you know how long this establishment was operating for?
No, I don't know.
So you're saying, so are you saying that but you said that you own another establishment for the past 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Which is about six buildings down or something like that?
Like 6 businesses now.
So 2 years ago, when you opened your business, was this Momo, were they open and operating?
No, I don't think so. No.
So
I think it was another business prior to this business, if I'm correct. I could be wrong.
So the business all right, the business that you, all right, so when you went to this establishment, when you took this business out, so what was in it? I mean, how much alcohol was in the place?
It was, I don't know exactly, but it was alcohol. I bought the whole equipment and everything that was existent here for the business. I went and bought some new, like the stove, the oven, and some of the equipment. But most of the equipment, like the refrigerators, the freezers that was here, most of all that equipment was already in place.
So, but how many bottles was in that place though?
It was some beer bottles, some other alcohol and champagne that was left here through the previous owners.
So about how much?
Let me see. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't remember exactly how much, but it was some here, and it was a great amount of alcohol here, and
So
beer.
So the good amount of alcohol was in the property when you purchase the property, when you purchase the business, they basically tell you that all the alcohol is yours and all the alcohol and all the equipment is now yours.
Yes, he took some of the stuff that I didn't want. He took that, and everything else it was sold to me.
Now, there was some disagreement between yourself and Investigator Peterson about the first time she went there. All she saw was a half a bottle of champagne. She left the building, came back 10 minutes later, and there was a whole lot of alcohol. So where did that alcohol come from? I mean, did it just did you just snap your finger and the alcohol appear, or did the investigator she overlooked it the first time? What happened? Explain that, please, sir.
Okay. Well, the alcohol was here. I'm quite sure that I wouldn't bring alcohol back in on the premises when I said I was removing it, and the alcohol was here. I mean, even they had pictures of. I got like a showcase inside, and we had just put wine and stuff up there for decorations. So that was there. It was alcohol underneath the bar that I was removing. Now, she might have missed that, but I wouldn't bring alcohol back in the establishment that I'm taking out. I went and got the bins to purposely put the alcohol in the bins and remove it off the premises like I was asked to. And I'm quite sure she just didn't say it was no alcohol here when she actually came in, because she said that she actually put her flashlight on and she seen something in the ice box in the refrigerator.
But if I heard her testimony earlier, I mean, I understand the ice box because she said there was no light in the refrigerator, so she couldn't see. But I didn't get the impression from her that the alcohol that she was talking about the second time that was in the refrigerator. It appears that it was on the bar or within the bar.
Sir, it was down under the floor, under the counter of the bar. I can show you where the counter is. I'm in the restaurant now. If you want me to walk over there and show you where it was.
Sure, we can see the discrepancy, and then I'm going to ask the investigator about it also, sir.
Okay. This is where the alcohol was at, right here. See, like this tall bottle right there, and this here, this is where it was at, right here.
Okay.
And this is the bar right here, and this is the bar. So it was down here, sir.
Now, I'm confused. Go ahead, I'm confused, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you applying for a new license? Are you applying to, or is it a transfer of the old license? Which one is it? Because I'm confused.
Okay. Well, when I submitted the application at first, it was for a transfer license. I was advised that the license was expired, so I couldn't do a transfer license. I had to resubmit my documents over to get a new license, and that's what I did.
So now, I still don't understand if was Momo's operate. When was the last time when you purchased whatever you purchased? When was the last time, to the best of your knowledge? Because as I stated before, you said you have another business 6 stores down. So
Yes,
when was, to the best of your, when was the last time that this other establishment was open?
Well, I got this business in maybe February. So I guess
I'm sorry,
around
what year? What year?
last year.
2020.
Yes.
Okay.
And they actually went out of business for whatever reasons it was. He didn't discuss it with me or anything. And then I took ownership of the actual premises. Then
Now, did he go out of business because the pandemic was we were aware of the pandemic in March, say in March of 2020. So he went out of business prior to the pandemic. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You bought this, right?
Yes.
And so when you bought the business, I guess in February of 2020, you're saying that it was a transfer, and you thought that because he had transferred the license, because he had transferred the license. Hold on. So you're saying because it was a transfer application, you thought that you could just assume selling the alcohol. That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And so you were selling alcohol under this transfer since February of 2020, or when did you start selling it?
Well, the pandemic had took place, and we couldn't open actually for business. So we had a couple of little events here when we could have people at a percentage. I think it was like 25% or something to that capacity. And then we were operating, and then we went and applied. Well, I applied to have the license transferred over in my name, in the existing company name. And then that's when it was brought to my attention that the license was invalid no more. It had expired as of, I think, December or something like that.
So were you aware that alcohol since that business had closed, that alcohol should have been disposed of prior to you purchasing it? Were you aware of that?
No, I was not, sir.
So when is it you were aware that?
What happened was,
when is it that it was brought to your? I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I applied for the transfer and license, and I think it was with Miss Edwards, and she advised me that this license could not be transferred because it was expired. So then she advised me that I had to do a whole new application.
And when did you apply, and when did you have to apply for a new license? When did you? I'm sorry. When did you apply for the transfer? And secondly, when did you apply for a new license?
Okay, I applied for the transfer. I think it was. What month was that? Approximately maybe 3 months ago, maybe 3 months almost ago.
I'm sorry, who, sir? When is this?
I said approximately maybe 3 months ago or a little longer.
So you applied. All right. So what you're saying is that in December you'd apply for the transfer, but that's when you were told that the license had expired, and so we're now in June. So you're saying in March of 2021 was when you believed that you applied for the new license?
Yes, I think it was. I can't exactly say that was the exact month, but I mean, if you want me to get the documents that was submitted to ABRA, I mean, I can retrieve those documents as well to get the exact date. But yes, once Abra, I think Miss Walker had advised me that a license was no more in existence that was previously had here, I couldn't do the transferring license. So I had to apply for a new license.
Now, do you remember who's the license specialist you've been working with? Is this Miss Walker? Who?
Yes, Michelle. I think her name Miss Michelle Walker. I think is that her?
So is this the person that you've been working with the entire time? Who initially?
No, it's Miss Edwards. I'm sorry, it's Miss Edwards.
Oh, so Miss Edwards was the person that you was working with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, how did you? All right. I think the part that concerns me is that you already own an ABC license. Yes, I don't understand how is it you thought that if you have a transfer license, the license has been transferred to you, why would you have thought that you could continue to sell an alcohol if you're not the owner of the establishment? Why? I mean, aren't you aware that an establishment can only sell and serve if an owner is present or an ABC manager? You're aware of that as the owner of a Class C license. Is that correct?
Right. Well, I wasn't aware of it, sir, because if I was aware of it, I wouldn't have been selling.
Listen. Let's back up. You stated you already have a license. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
So are you telling me that you're not aware that under your current license for your business, that the business cannot operate unless there is, you cannot sell or serve alcohol unless there is an ABC manager or an owner present? Are you telling me that you was not aware of that?
No, I understand that very clearly. But when you say a transferring of a license, that's what I didn't understand. I mean,
But listen to me, sir. But even if you're transferring the license, you're not the owner of the license. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct. Correct.
And there's no ABC manager. So how then could you sell alcohol if there's no owner or ABC manager present?
Like I said, sir, I didn't know the rules and regulations of a transferring license. I was under the impression that if an establishment has a license in existence and a new owner comes in and purchases, then that license can be still in existence under the transfer. That's the only thing that I, could say about that. I didn't know.
But who's the owner of that license, though? You said, who owns the license?
The previous person that had the business here. They were the owner of the license.
They're the owner. So, and the question I ask you, if you can only sell or serve alcohol if an owner or an ABC manager is present, how then could you think that you can sell or serve alcohol?
What I explained, sir, is that I thought that when it's a transferring license, you still can operate under that transfer. That's the only thing I said. I didn't know nothing about it. My other place, it wasn't a transfer. It was just me actually going to the existing paperwork and filing for a license.
All right, but I'm not trying to catch you, sir, and I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just asking, you're saying to me that you thought that even the transfer, the owner can operate. That's what you're saying, the owner. Because what I said to you is that you said as a current owner of an establishment, you are aware that it's an owner or an ABC manager. You can only sell or serve if an owner or an ABC manager is present. You apply for a transfer and you're not the owner. Is this correct?
Yes.
So if you're not an owner, how then do you believe that you can still operate if you're not the owner and there's no ABC manager present? That's the question I'm asking. I'm not saying,
Okay.
I'm going based on your knowledge, based on what you said to me. I'm asking you that question.
First, let me clearly explain to you once again, sir. I did not know about the rules and regulations to a transferring license. I purchased the license as a new license for the other business. Only thing that I knew from your application, when you fill the application out, it says transfer, then it has new on it. And that's the only thing that I did. I applied for the transfer of the license. It was brought to my attention that that license was not in existence anymore. So I followed the protocol and put in a new application, sir. That's all I did.
And I just want the record to reflect that the license for Momo was canceled on November 18th, 2020. So you bought the business on or around February of 2019, and you stated that probably around December of 2020, that's when you tried to transfer it into your name. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the license let the record reflect that the license was canceled on November 18th, 2020. So therefore, that's why it could not be transferred to you, because that license was no longer valid. Now, let me ask you another question. So, where you're purchasing you now was provided a stipulated license by the agency. So where are you purchasing your alcohol, sir?
I'm down at a Breakthrough on Bladensburg Road.
So you're purchasing all your alcohol from Breakthrough Beverage?
Yes.
So if we were to come to your place and ask you for receipts, we'll see it's sufficient receipts in your establishment from Breakthrough Beverage to justify the amount of alcohol that you have, sir?
Yes, sir. And I can bring you the receipts or email them, or Breakthrough can email them. Matter of fact, they just sent me for a placement of an order this week as well.
And you're aware that you always have to buy your alcohol from a wholesaler, that you cannot buy if you can't go to Costco to buy your liquor. You're aware of that? Well, you can buy if the wholesaler is closed. Are you aware of that, sir?
No, I didn't know you can buy. I always bought from there, and I understand.
Okay, well, you don't want to know you can buy it from Costco. So you don't. I like that. This is one of the few times you've said to me that you did not know something, and I'm glad that you don't. I'm sorry?
Excuse me, sir. I clearly said I didn't know your regulations when I did the transferring license as well. I clearly said that.
I'm giving you credit someplace, sir. You said to me something you did not know. And I'm saying, yes, I'm glad. This is the only time I'm gonna give you credit for not knowing something. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
So I'm giving you credit for something that you say you did not know.
Okay.
Now, you stated that you've had a tavern license for 2 years. Did you participate in any training prior to getting this license, sir?
No, sir.
And you never thought that it was important for you to get some training from the agency, sir?
No, I just knew the basics of basically once I was awarded a license where I should have brought alcohol and things of that nature.
And where did you learn that from, sir?
When they told me ever had said, where I could purchase alcohol from.
Well, I'm going to bring this to your attention, sir. And the board, I'm going to say this to you. The board is going to require that you participate in training. The next training is July 20th at 10 a.m., sir. All right?
Okay. Yes.
And I need you, the board is, on behalf of the board, we're gonna, well, it's a fact-finding hearing, so I can't order you, sir. But the board strongly suggests, sir, and the board will look on this favorably, sir, if you participate in the next ABC license training on July 20th, 21 at 10 a.m.
Okay.
And because all of these trainings are done virtually, sir,
Yes.
you can be in your business. It's going to be an hour and a half.
Okay.
And you can be, I'm trying to see if I can find the I need you to contact Sarah Foxbaum from our agency.
All right. Can you give me you said what can you spell her name?
Sarah
Uh-huh.
Fashbaughh is her last name.
I'm sorry, hold on. You said
Fashbaughh. I believe that's how you can spell her last name. I'm trying to find it here. And that's the next Fashbaughh. That's how you spell her name. You can contact our agency. I'm trying to see if I have her contact information. And the board strongly urges you, sir, that you participate in that training on July 10th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Okay.
Because I am not going to look at it, I as chair, and I'm only speaking for myself, I will not look at it favorably, sir, if you ever have the displeasure of appearing before the board again. And if I ask you when was the last time you participate in training, and you told me that you were too busy to participate in training, sir.
I don't have a problem, sir, about participating in training or nothing that you recommend. So, I mean, that's all you have to do is just let me know, and I don't have a problem with it.
All right, let me give you her phone number and her email address. Her phone number is 202 397 3971.
Okay.
And her first name is Sarah dot Fashbaugh at DC.
Is that BU? Hold on, excuse me. You said BAUGH?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, at dc.gov.
Okay.
So Sarah-Foshbaum at dc.gov. That is her email address, sir. That's her phone number, sir. I am strongly urging you, sir, because this is not, it's also in the chat, because this is not, I cannot order you to do anything at a fact-finding hearing, sir, but I can strongly suggest, sir, that on July 20th at 10 a.m. that you participate in this training, sir, because I'll just let you know, sir, that if you ever have the displeasure of appearing before me again, I'm going to ask you that question, sir, and if you have not participated in alcohol training, sir, I am not going to look at that favorably, okay?
Okay.
Does any other board members have any questions for Mr. Weinstock?
I have a question and a statement, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Mr. Weinstock, now that we've established that you have been an ABC license holder in the District of Columbia, are you or were you aware that the transfer of a license to a new licensee or a new business owner, the licensee or the license that you're purchasing, you also purchase his violations? And this violation that was found on your location that the investigators testified to today can be attached to your new license application. Are you aware of that?
No, but now I'm aware of it since you're explaining it to me now.
That's why the training is going to be so very important to you, because recently we've had a rash of persons purchasing or transferring licenses who claim they don't know the laws. I stand with the chairman in saying to you, you make a pledge to do something to this board and you don't do it, you might not be looked at as favorably as you'd like to be. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions or comments by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
may I?
Mr. Grandis.
Sir, I want to thank you for being in front of us today. However, you don't leave me with a lot of confidence that you're going to know anything other than what you believe you need to know once you get this license, if you receive the license, until you get into another violation and then you come before us or you tell the inspector, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that is not an acceptable answer in front of this board. There's a lot of safety issues for your customers, for your staff and yourself that you need to be aware of. And I wonder if this is how you enter in buying a car or buying a house or any kind of contract, that you just sign it and then go on about your way without research. It is very easy to find out what the regulations of the ABC agency is, of ABRA is. And you've given us the information that once you realized it had to be a new application, you were able to download that application or get a copy of it and fill it out. And if you read that application, it is very clear that you're required to do a number of things. And yet you don't give me any confidence that you did anything other than to fill in some blanks. And so at this moment, I'm not sure if I can support your application. Thank you.
Any other question, man? But Mr. Just Grandis, he is operating under stipulated license because the ANC had agreed. So he is operating, although he doesn't have a full license currently, but he's operating under a stipulated license with the assent of the ANC.
And Mr. Chairman, that does give me pause, and I did know that, but he doesn't have a full license at this moment. And I'm just concerned that even under the stipulated, has he taken the time to read the regulations that are easily available to the public, and especially to our licensees, on what their responsibilities are? He gives me no confidence that he knows anything other than what he wants to know at the moment. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I speak?
Yes, Mr. Weinstock, go ahead, sir.
Well, I'll make sure that I review all of the criteria and regulations that is necessary. And if he want me to, Mr. Edwards, if he want me to actually come and he can question me about it, I don't have an issue with that. I'll make sure that I will, abide by all the rules and regulations for ABRA and what you all have suggested.
Mr. Montague, I see you're here. I'm not necessarily going to allow you to ask questions. I'm just a proffer. Why are you here, sir?
Sir, I'm here because the establishment is in my single member district. And I do know that ABRA deals with commissions. So I am here as vice chair and treasurer of ANC 5C. There was a little bit of contention at the time about offering agreeing to a stipulated license. I was in a minority decision about that. But anyway, regardless, I have had the pleasure of sitting before you and listening to your cases. And I've also attended, since I'm only been a commissioner 2 years and 6 months. And I have attended ABRA training, I think 3 times so far for licensees. I'm not a licensee, but I want to know what you're telling them. So when I'm in their face asking questions about how you're operating, I have at least a better knowledge of what the regulations are. And so when I see people zig and zag in front of me, you only give so much rope and then you just pull it. So my interest here was to learn how the meeting would be conducted, what the outcomes would be. I am in full concurrence with your suggestion, a strong suggestion of attendance of the training which is normally given by Ms. Fashbaugh. And but there was certain representations made that were, in my mind, incomplete. I think that's the best way to say it. So I responded to 2 complaints from constituents in the area and went into the establishment. And that's when I discovered that there was a expired license on display. And that I was told that the business had not sold alcohol as of April the 24th. I know the why. I know the hows and whys the prior business closed because that's my job to know. So we also, as a condition of the stipulated license, we asked that the applicant enter into a community agreement with the ANC. So we sent out and asked for a return by June the 16th, which is our last regular meeting. And we had some questions back and forth, but we do not have a signed agreement. So as far as the regular license application process is going, I think on July the 19th is when the protest applications by the parties of 5 or more or the ANC have to be filed. So we, as we say, we take it as serious as you do about how businesses operate, particularly if you are already a licensee in that license class. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Montague. And I appreciate your stating that you have been to 3 trainings and that you volunteered to be here as an ANC commissioner. Let me give you some unsolicited advice, sir. You can either take it or leave it. Since you have been to three licenses, training,
yeah.
I would suggest that when these licensees come to your ANC and asking for stipulated agreements, that you ask them, have they been to any training? And maybe you need to require, as part of your procedure, to say if you have not been into any, that the ANC is not going to agree if you have never gone to any training. So that, which would prevent but that's just me giving you some unsolicited advice that your ANC can decide to do whatever it wants to do with it, sir.
It's very welcome.
All right. Thank you, sir, and thank you for your participation here today. And I appreciate, I said before, I appreciate, I was a former ANC commissioner, so I understand what you do, and I understand what you do, so I'm speaking for myself. I do appreciate your service to the residents of the District of Columbia. All right, thank you. Mr. Selek, I see that you're there, but since there are no issues regarding your client, there's really no reason for me to have you speak, sir.
I would agree with you, Judge, or your Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I keep want to say in your honor.
Well, if you want to address me as that, I'm not gonna deny that. But that's not, Mr. Chairman. At least in this forum, is chairperson is appropriate. But I do thank you for that. Prior to bringing this hearing to a close, are any board members or any of the investigators have anything that they want to add?
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. And no final comments by the board members. Mr. Weinstock, this is your hearing, sir. Do you have any final comments you want to make, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Well, as I stated before, sir, the board strongly encourages that you participate in the next training. As I stated, because it's a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order any parties to do or participate in any action, but we strongly suggest that that's done, sir. And I do hope, and as I said before, since you do not have a permanent license at current, I was told that you have a protest hearing coming up if there's no settlement agreement. So I would hope, sir, that if there's a protest hearing, I will be asking you have you participated in the training? And the protest, the date for the protest hearing, I believe, is before the training, but I would hope that if I check ABRA's records, that I see that you have already signed up to participate in the training if the hearing is before the protest. Hint, hint.
Okay. Yes, I will make.
All right, sir. All right. The board will take this matter under advisement. I want to thank all the parties we'll take this matter under advisement and make a determination if any further action needs to be taken. I want to thank you, Mr. Weinstock, for being here. I want to thank you, Mr. Slick, for being here. I would like to thank especially you, Mr. Montague. You did not have to be here as an ANC commissioner. I appreciate your presence here today. And I said, on behalf of the board, thank you for your service to the residents of the District of Columbia. And Ms. Peterson, Mr. Condom, and you folks need to appear before me more often. I'm talking about the two investigators, so the pronunciation of your names will just roll off my tongue. This is the first time that you are testifying in front of me, Ms. Peterson, so welcome. And Mr. Condom, and I'll get better at that as we get I've seen you more often for hearings, so I'll get better at that. So, but anyway, thank you all for your presence today, and this matter is concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Thank you.
All right. And I believe that we are now at the end of our day. So I'm gonna close the record, or hold on. All right, if there are no further business, I'm gonna officially close the record. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June 24th, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulation, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for June 24th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on June 18, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now formally adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the board members for their active participation today. And I'd also like to thank the public for participating in this hearing today. We're now adjourned, and I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great day.